So, shall we start now? Everyone ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All of you, please mute your audio. Okay. So, yesterday we had something left to be covered up. That is the last unit of it. Due to some technical problem, I was not able to cover up the last part of your second block. So, first, let me wind up that. So we were there in community participation in educational development. That is the role of community for educational development. How community performs different kinds of function. What are the different kinds of functions or role performed by the community for betterment of the education system? The first one is advocating the enrollment, boosting morale of school staff, raising money for the schools, constructing and repairing and improving the school's infrastructure, contributing in labor materials and land and funds, recruiting and supporting the teachers, making decision about schools location, schedules, timetables, helping children with studying, convincing the parents regarding to send their wards or children to school, making them understand the importance of education, and advocating and promoting girls' education, scheduling the school calendar, handling the budget to operate schools. So these are some of the important functions of community, or we can say how community participates for the betterment of functioning of the school system. Then we see the institutionalization of community participation. There were 2 3 programs are there, that is Janshala program, which is a collaborative effort of the government of India with 5 UN agencies. That is UNDP is there, UNICEF is there, UNESCO is there, ILO is there, UNFPA is also there. This is a community based program for improving the primary education, and it aims to make primary education more accessible and effective, especially for girls and children belonging to deprived communities, that is SC, ST, weaker sections, working children. So this particular program is a block based program which emphasizes on community participation and decentralization, and it covers 139 blocks including 10 cities in 30 districts of 9 states. And the states are Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Odisha, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh. So this particular program is tells about how community participates for the betterment of educational facilities. Then the Lok Jumbish project. This is another project which is found in Rajasthan. In the year 1992, it was started, and the focus was on achievement of universalization of elementary education with decentralized planning and community support. So here we see that all these programs have one thing common in them, that is community participation. And this also had emphasis upon your primary education, and it also had emphasis upon planning, and a core team called Prerag means the motivational group. A group of villagers were there who used to move from house to house and motivate them and tell about the importance of education. So in every village it was set up constituting women members, especially nearly half of the membership were women, and they were trained how to share information. Then another program was MV Foundation, and it started from 30 villages in the district of Andhra Pradesh, Rangareddy district of Andhra Pradesh, and the main focus was situational analysis involving village area survey of school going and non-school going children, awareness generation and community mobilization among the villagers, then creation of youth forum identifying local levels of volunteers and activists, enrollment of children belonging to the age group of 5 to 8, then establishing different types of non-formal centers for 9 to 14 years out of school children. So these were some of the important strategies that was taken up by the MV Foundation. So we see these are some of the programs where community participation and decentralization is seen for the betterment of the educational programs. And we see that for effective participation of community, what are the requirements? What are the key factors for effective participation? The first one is an open and democratic environment is required. Then decentralized policy with greater emphasis on local initiatives. Decentralized policy is important because we are dealing at the grassroots level. Then reform in public administration. Reform in public administration, democratization of professional officials, formation of self-managing organization of the poor, training of community activism and leadership, and involvement of NGO, and creation of collective decision making. So these are some of the key factors for effective participation of the community members. So in this way we see that is for ensuring better participation of community in educational and schooling process. These are some of the key factors. So this much was left behind, that is yesterday's class, and totally we see that the entire block focuses upon what was the role of education, education as a subsystem of the entire society, what are the different resources, the mobilization of resources, then how community participation and support in education, the last part of it. So in this way we have covered the second block. So we'll be moving to the third one, that is the focus of today's class. That is your education and socio-political supra system, that is MES-11 block 3. So the first unit deals with educational goals as reflective of socio-political ideology of the society. So we'll be dealing with what is a political system, what is politics, how power is carried out in that, political parties, judiciary, religion and minorities, business and industry, political culture, how political system influences the educational system and its structure, its function, the political system, its structure, its function, the interrelationship between educational system and political system, how these two are interrelated and they influence each other. Then the responsibility of state, that is education is the responsibility, providing education goes is the responsibility of the state. Then what are the different goals of education? Then finally educational politics. So we see that the responsibility of education of child lies with both state and society. And here we see that the direct responsibility of education is with society. The society influences the educational structure, the aims and objectives, the type of curricula to be followed, the method of teaching, the type of recruitment to be carried out for appointment of the teachers, the type of examination system. These all things come under the responsibility of the society. Here we also see that within society there is economic system, there is political system. So in this case we'll be dealing with how political system influences our education, that is the subsystem of society. So politics, power, political parties, judiciary, religion, business, all of them have some or the other specific role to play, and each of them influence the educational system. So here, according to Richard, politics as the acquisition and effective use of power, a process of involving interplay among the possessor of political resources and influence. The dynamics of political process occur within the rules and constraints of the system, but also within those arenas where it is considered legitimate to use power to achieve desired policies and programs. So what is politics? So politics is the acquisition and effective use of power. So how one acquires the power, how he or she exercise it, whether for the selfish motive or for the good of the society. So if it is for the good of the society, then whether it is influencing the educational aspect or not, how it will influence the educational aspect, how the political ideologies affect the educational aims and objectives, these are the main concern of our today's study. Then we see the power. What is power in this political scenario? How is it exercised? What is the very connotation or the very meaning of power over here? Max Weber has defined it is the chance of a man or a number of men to realize their own will in a communal action, even against the resistance of others who are participating in the action. So here we see that how a person or a group of person exercises his or her will over other people. So here we see that there are some ruling party and there are also some other parties who have ideologies that are contradictory to this particular political parties. So in this case we see the one who exercises more power, the one who is more able to convince, the one who is able to establish his or her will has more power or is more influential. So in this case, we see that politics is all about power and its exercising. In over here, we also deal with the study of political sociology. What is that? So political sociology is a subject which deals with how parties exercise their power in society. So sociology is a study of society, the type of social relationship exists in society, the different types of groups that exist, the study of community, family, society, and the interrelationships of different types of social groups. So here we see that how this political parties exercise their power upon these social groups. So first, the emphasis was on the state and then the other governmental agencies. What are the different governmental agencies who play important role in politics or who are important in carrying out the power? They are parliament, the judiciary, the ministers, different kinds of ministries, institutions of government, and the emphasis is not only the governmental machinery, political sociology also examines these institutions in relation to society as a whole. That is, we are not only specifically are studying the different kinds of their roles, their functions, but we also study how these interact with each other and also influence the society at large. Because by studying that only, we'll be able to understand how these affect the education subsystem. Then we examine how power is used by the power holder. That is, whether the individual is using for his own personal benefit or for the benefit of the whole society. The process of political decision making, whether the decision making bodies are political parties, parties which are in power, or the parties which are in the opposition, both influence the entire social scenario. Then, the political parties in a democratic society represent the public, and the public directly influences the party policy because their ideologies are to be carried out in our educational system. That is, political parties' ideologies, their different types of doctrine that they support, that is to be seen in our aims and objectives of the educational system. So here, the parties are not the parties should not focus upon only the sectorial interest. Rather, they should see the interest and well-being of the entire society. So they require to support the various interests of the society. They should not have a limited or narrow, they should never be narrow minded. Rather, they should have a broad vision. Here we will see the assess the influences of the various other institutions on the political parties to take decision regarding setting goals of education. So the different types of components of a political party, or the different types of what we say that various institutions that influence the entire decision making process, or the types of ideologies they support, and in return how these ideologies support or influence the education system. First is the judiciary. So judiciary plays an active role in influencing the education system in the light of making policies and programs fixed by the political party. So here we say that judiciary looks into the matters which are related to providing equal opportunities to achieve all goals of democracy. So, the main focus of judiciary is to see that everyone gets equal opportunity, equal educational opportunity, equalizing the educational opportunity. That is the main focus of judiciary, because everyone is equal in the eyes of law, and we are living in a democratic setup which requires that this particular democratic principle is carried out. That is, each and every one is equal in front of the eyes of the law, and moreover, education is now a fundamental right. So, educational opportunities should be also equalized. Then comes religion and minorities. So, ethnic and minority groups are demanding equal access to education. We see that different kinds of reservation programs are there. There is subsidy of fees is also there, stipends are there. So these are some of the provisions done by the government for supporting the education of minorities. So here we see that equal funding facilities are available for these educational institutions, while support and help are provided by the government for the upliftment of educationally backward classes. Then comes the business and industry. So here we see that now we are in the era where technology holds an important position. Therefore, business companies and industry put more pressure on educational institution to do something and educate the workforce required for technical jobs. So we require man force or human resources who are well skilled and well versed with different types of technical know-how or technical knowledge. So therefore, we can say that nowadays more technically skilled persons are selected for employment. So in this way, we say that business and companies and industries also have their role, or they put pressure upon the educational institution to produce good technically skilled outputs or outputs. Then we see political culture. What is it? There is a fundamental tension between pluralism and democracy. So pluralism and democracy. So here we see that democratic society in principle sanctions the right of ethnic groups to maintain their separate cultures and communities. So we see India is unity in diversity. There are different cultural groups. There are different types of tribal people also. They have their own culture. They follow their own religious beliefs. They have their own subcultures. So these all things are to be included. Where and under the democratic society, these all things should get equal right and they are to be respected. Each and every ethnic group should get right in the democratic country. Therefore, the political culture is no more referring to a single particular religion or a single particular cultural value. It should not support to one particular cultural belief. Rather, it focuses upon what? Pluralism. What pluralism? That is political culture, that is the pluralism. So here we have to see that there should be, now we consider that now the entire world is just like a global village. So here, due to different kinds of social processes like modernization, westernization, sanskritization, urbanization, lot of changes have changed. The enculturation process, the acculturation process, these are always working behind, and these also influence the educational pattern. Then comes the political culture of India has changed after independence. So Indian leaders now they are shouldering the responsibility of taking drastic steps to change the Indian society. The major changes in the socio-political structure of our society is what? The status of Indian people has changed from subject to citizens. The Indian people were granted a democratic basis of society. The status was given as a quasi-federal form with strong center and weak states. So here we see that a different scenario has come up where after independence, the citizens have their rights, the citizens have their duties to perform. There is a democratic setup in the society, and we have a stronger hold at the center in comparison at the state level. So here, highly centralized and elitist political system to pluralistic and participant political system has come up. Here we see that the elitist theory believe that all society are divided into two groups, that is the ruling minority and the rule. Some minority people are there who rule. They are less in number in comparison to those people upon which they rule. That is the ruled. So these are the two groups we see in the society. And pluralism is all about which claims distribution of powers in society. How the powers are distributed. Whether it is there in the hands of some small number of people or the power is exercised equally, whether it is utilized for the good of the society or they are utilizing or they are misutilizing their power to support their selfish motives. Then democratic decentralization. As we see, we have Panchayati Raj system, that is the three-tier system of government at the local level. So we are having Gram Panchayat, then the Panchayat Samiti, then we have the Zilla Parishad. So everywhere we see that the power has been decentralized right from the grassroots level, so that each and every Indian should have a political consciousness. They are able to understand their political rights, their duties. They are more aware of their voting rights, how to select good, how to elect good leaders so that their own future is secured by being ruled by these elected people. They are good enough and they consider those people as good enough because they have selected good people and they think that their future will be secured under their rule. So here we see that economic development provided the opportunity for political mobilization of the masses in order to develop their political consciousness and make them more politically aware and committed participant members of the political system. So here we see that they are now more politically conscious and aware. They are more alert regarding the political scenario that is going on. So, this form of political structure has two levels of hierarchy. What is that? The first level consists of the national leaders and bureaucrats. The second level consists of the local leaders and common citizens. So, we have the rulers and the ruled. The national leaders, they are the first level, and the local leaders, they are the second level, and we find the common citizens over there also. So the national leaders play key role in political movement because they are socially higher educated and economically rich. On the other hand, the local level leaders are economically not rich, rather they are comparatively poor and also illiterate. So they are mobilized or controlled by the national leaders. But the situation can change if these local leaders are well educated, if they are literate, then they will have their own decision making power. Then the administration today finds itself under certain political constraints because the leaders, by influencing as well as pressurizing the administration, tend to maintain their personal loyalties, patronage for the political support from the masses. So here we see that every time we are not able to find transparency. Transparency is required. The illiterate masses are not able to understand the vested interest of our leaders. So here, education will act as a tool which will help the general mass to understand what are their rights, what are their fundamental rights, what is the Indian constitution all about, what are their duties. When the rights and duties run parallel, then only India can function as a good democratic subcontinent. Otherwise, 100% success will never be there. Then we see education system in India. So education as a social system is a unique system interlinked with other systems. It influences them and also get influenced. So as I was saying, there are other social subsystems like your political, economic, education is also one of them, and all these are interrelated and they influence each other. So here we see that many social and political scientists believe that education performs an important political function along with the various other functions. So, what are the different functions that are performed? So, here we see that political philosophy of a country and the goals of the group in power influence the educational aims and objectives, and we see that new programs of education are based upon the needs of the country. That is, the society's demand are taken into consideration by the ruling party, and accordingly they try to reformulate the aims and objectives, the pattern of educational system. Again, globalization has created pressure on all nations to organize education system in similar ways, leading to the university of state schooling and similarities between systems. So here we see that now each and every nation is trying to upgrade its educational system to match up to the global scenario, so that we as developing country will be able to match up the standards of the developed countries. For that reason, we have to boost up our educational scenario also. So here we see that pressure from developed world have caused new nations to commit themselves to state-funded mass education model as a part of national building. So now The nation is more focusing upon mass education, mass literacy, and how quality education is to be carried out. Quantity wise, we have extended a lot of programs have taken place, but now it's time to see whether quality is maintained or not. Then we see in India, major categories of educational institutions are financially supported by the state and the central government. The present structure of education in India shows that we have our pre-primary level, then the primary level, the upper primary level, the secondary school, the senior secondary schools are also there. Then we have the higher education, which consists of your UG courses, PG courses, MPhil, PhD. In the technical sector or in technical education, we are having BTech, MTech, MBBS, and ITI, Polytechnic, and different kinds of B schools, that is business schools, that is your BBAs and MBAs. So these are different kinds of educational institutions that are found in our country nowadays. All of these are either privately managed or funded by the state or funded by the central government. Now we come to the components of education system and political system. So what are the different components that come under the education system and political system? So first we'll see the different components of our education system. They are as follows, that is levels of education, curriculum, educational philosophy and the purposes, progress of the study, administration, teaching, pedagogical methods, teaching learning materials, organizational structure, administrators, teachers, students, the parent community relationship, then the co-curricular activities. Then we move on to the political system and the different components that come under the political system are the central government, the state government, the local government, then the legislative branch, then the executive branch, the judiciary, political parties, social class and group, minorities, ethnic groups, business and unions. So here we see that the two broad components within the two systems, that is the political system and the educational system, has some structural and cultural support from within and from its outer environment for its maintenance and change. So both these components structurally and functionally are interdependent and interrelated. So we see the political structure, which consists of political apparatus, that is the relationship between structures and processes of political system, the political culture, which includes political process, ideology, the value system, then attitude and behavior. Then we move on to the educational structure, which consists of the educational organizations, institutions, and the educational culture, which consists of what? The value, the attitude, the behavior, the learning process, and the process of socialization. So here, both these two subsystems of society, that is the educational system and the political system, they interact, influence each other, and they are structurally and functionally have a interrelationship and influence each other. Then we move on to that education is the responsibility of state. So here we say that it is an important duty of state. The duty of the state is to ensure that proper education is provided to child, and both the families and schools are considered important institutions for providing the formal education to the child, because as we say that family is the first school and mother is the first teacher. Then that That is the place where we find our where the child gets the informal education, learns about the value system, learns about etiquettes, goes through the process of socialization, then comes out to the formal setting, that is the school, where the child learns how to be disciplined, how to be socialized, how to be civilized, how to lead a cooperative life, how to pay mutual respect, how to develop tolerance. So these all things are important because the education of this particular child will help in what way? Because this particular child, when becomes a able citizen, then he or she will be responsible for the development of the nation. So here education is considered as an investment where we see that the outproduct will be able citizen, good, socialized, civilized, having good personality, and a well citizen who is aware of his rights and duties in a democratic setup. Then we see for having effective candidates or for electing effective candidates, the citizen should be educated. Moreover, it is important in this case because if effective leaders are to be selected, then the citizens or the voters are to be educated. Otherwise, will not be getting good, effective leaders who will lead the nation towards progress. Then, what are the different types of goals of education? So here we see that the in the democratic setup, it is the goal of democracy to provide food, clothing, education, and vocational facilities to all. And education is very much a planned activity. So here, education should have specific aims and objectives. And if there is no clear cut goals or aims and objectives, it is bound to fail. So one should have general aims and objectives and also specific objectives so that the entire institution functions smoothly. Otherwise, it is doomed or it is bound to fail. So here, according to the national policy of education, we see that education is considered as a unique investment because it is the ultimate guarantee of national self-reliance, because have it will provide a security for employment. It will help the citizen to earn their livelihood. And moreover, education has an acculturating role, that is, it sensitivize and perceptions that contribute to national cohesion, creates scientific temper and independence of mind and spirit. And moreover, it helps to achieve the important goals. What are they? Socialism, secularism, and democracy. All these are found in our constitution. So, therefore, to maintain the to have a smooth functioning of our society or for the nation's development, these constitutional goals are to be achieved, and it is only possible through education, and it will help as an instrument, or it is a via media through which we'll be able to achieve these goals, that is socialism, secularism, and democracy. Then we see that the national policy on education and the aims of education, how the aims of educations have been formulated so that it will be helpful for a good nations, it will be helpful for national development, for the upgradations of the citizen, to have educated citizen. So the first aim of education is a common educational structure, that is 10 plus 2 plus 3, so that throughout the country we will be having a common educational structure. Then need for a national curricular framework. Therefore, we are having that a national curriculum framework is there so that which takes into consideration what are things to be included for teaching for each level, may it be a primary, secondary, or higher. Then we see that there is a common core and there are some other components that are flexible relating to the societal needs. One, we have a common core that is common to all. Then we have some other components that are flexible depending upon the local needs and requirements. Then we see that is developing developing an attitude a peace developing the attitude or values relating to peace, developing international understanding, what is national integration, what is the importance of patriotism, what is universal brotherhood, how to motivate younger generation for international cooperation and peaceful coexistence. These are the things which matters a lot because now we are living in a society which is no more confined to a particular state or particular country. Rather, we are the members of the entire world. Therefore, now we call the world as a global village. It is an era of globalization. So, next comes promoting equality through equality of educational opportunity. So, educational opportunity depending on respective of your class, economic background, we are aiming towards mass education. Then we should develop diverse cultural and social system because India is a land of diversity. To have a unified nation, we require unity in diversity. We can go for translation of books from one language to another. We have different linguistic backgrounds. Then we can have multilingual dictionaries, promotion of the link languages, so that inter exchange of thought process is there. People will be able to have cultural diffusion, exchange of cultural values. Then regional mobility and strengthening the areas of research and development. So research areas and development should also be strengthened so that education in science and technology will be promoted. Then we go for lifelong education. That is also important. And therefore, focus must be given to open and distance education. So these are some of the important goals of education. Finally, we see what are the broad headings under which these goals of education can come. Self-realization, then human relation, economic self-sufficiency, and then comes responsible citizen. So these are some of the important broad headings for the goals of education. Then we have education and politics. So the relationship between two is such that for the continuity's sake, population has to be reproductive. To carry forward the socio-cultural values and norms, children must be educated and trained. Goods and services have to be produced and also distributed. For the sake of peace and proper development, society must develop mechanisms to maintain order internally and externally. Health services should be provided. Society's member must see enough meaning and purpose in life to be motivated to perform their various tasks. So here we see that these tasks are carried out by different social institutions. For example, the family, the educational system, the polity, the health, the welfare system, the religious and moral system, all of them are interrelated. Then we see that educational politics. Educational politics is that process by which educational resources are distributed among various types of education within a society by the legitimate use of power through governmental actions. Here we see that is the keeping in view the value of education, the government decides what? The curricula, the minimum age of the child to for admission, the qualification of the teachers, then provision of education of various educationally backward classes of society, then the sources of finance, then formulas for the taxpayers. All these things are to be taken into consideration. Then only we'll have a smooth educational politics. The legitimate use of power, what does that mean? That is, use of ethical means or practices to arrive at educational decision. Ethical practices are those which are consistent with the values of democratic society. So, we have to practice our power in such a manner which goes for the promotion of democratic principles and values. So, here we see that educational politics deals with all these components. As we know that education is now a concurrent subject in India. So, it is the responsibility of both the center and state to fund the educational system, to manage the educational system, to administer it, and to supervise it. So we have different kinds of organizations which look into these, or agencies which look into these matters, or we have NCRT, SCRT, UGC, Central Advisory Board of Education, that is CABE. These all, they work for the betterment of our educational system. Then we see that the process of policy formulation. So the process of policy formulation says that the inputs or the ideology include the need of the people and the prevailing values. Demands that are presented in the system include support and opposition to the system, which will be taken care of by the various agencies supporting the need, ideology, and demands. Because proposals are made with the help of these agencies. Political processes indicate the discussion on providing the worth of decision taken by the political party. After going through these processes, policies emerges with plan to implement it. So these different agencies, they look into the different types of societal demands, requirement, what are the different resources where funding can be done, how these institutions are to be managed, where are they lacking behind, what are the different kinds of problems the different institutions are facing. All these things are to be taken into consideration before the policy formulation. And the policy should have a right approach. It must have a realistic target, and it should be it should be feasible, or it should be approachable. It should be planned in such a way that is realistic in nature. And we see that there are some the political interference in the educational system, we can find it in a short period of time, that is visible, the interference of political system in the educational system. But it is not just the opposite in case of, that is, educational system influencing the political system comes at the later stage. First, the political system influences the educational system. Then in the long term, we see how the educational system influences the political system. For example, the political ideologies, the types of values, the principles that are helpful in formulating the aims and objectives of the education. Then the students or the individuals that come pass out from the educational institution, when they become enlightened citizen, then we see their role in the society. There we can find the influence of education in managing the society, in having a good political system, in having a good social system at large. So here we can say that both the political system and educational system, they influence each other. But sometimes the influences or the things, the educational system's influence, will we are able to see it at the later time, at the later period of time, in comparison to the influence of political parties upon the educational system. Then we move on to, that is, how political forces are necessary support and have an inevitable constraints to the education. Political forces as necessary support and inevitable constraint to education, that is the state and education, the constitutional provision for education, education equality and equity, then the universalization of elementary education. So we see that these are the important components in the political forces which support, and sometimes we find some constraints also. So first we see the state and the education. So here we see that a state is an association of people, a specific organization of society which is responsible for performing political functions, which possesses the ultimate power of coercion and sanction. So it is an association of people. It is a ruling body. So where we see power is exercised, the ultimate power is exercised upon the common mass. How the people react, how are they aware of their political rights? Are they aware of about their duties? Are they obeying the rules and regulations of the society or state? So how education and state have interrelationship, both how these two organizations, that is the state and education, are interrelated. And we see that over here there is bureaucracy, there is political will, and how these influence the educational system. In actual operation of bureaucratic system, it has been seen that in most of the country, the system works with a decisive social bias heavily in favor of the upper or the dominant strata of the society. So the bureaucrats has a favoritism towards the upper strata, the economically settled people. They have an influence towards this. At the same time, bureaucracy provides occupational and social mobility to the small number of people belonging to the lower strata. The agents of socialization process, that is education, include the political administrative, educational leadership, the managers of educational institution, the teachers, and indirectly the users of the products of education, that is the employers. So these all, they have a relationship regarding, that is the content, method and organization of education are often effectively influenced by important pressure groups like the bureaucracy. So the bureaucrats have influenced either directly or indirectly the entire educational system, may it be your educational institution or appointing the teachers, the type of qualification they are having, the selection procedure, the methodology of teaching, the type of curricula, the type of evaluation system, the admission procedures. So here we see that bureaucracy has also influenced our educational system. Then we see the political will. The expansion of education during the post-independence period illustrates how the economic change and growth, together with political forces and political change, effectively influence and largely determine the developments in our educational scenario. They not only influence the expansion and growth, but also indicate the lines along which they take place and influence the content of education as well. So here we see that after independence, the type of democratic setup we are having, the different types of constitutional provisions we are having, all of these have influenced our educational system. The different articles, for example, Article 45, which says about providing free and compulsory education for 6 to 14 years of age group. So here we see that education is to be free and it should be compulsorily provided to all. Then how is to be provided? Who is going to fund it? So here we see that the political will also influence the educational system. The educational institutions are influenced by these political wills, principles, ideologies, attitudes. Then again, the educational system in modern nation, the state largely depends upon the polity power structure of the country, because the state is the main source of its fund, and even otherwise it exercises considerable direct influence on how the educational system is organized, run, expanded and developed, and on the relative importance and allocation of resources of different stages and sectors of education, and on the type of governmental and institutional administration. So here we see that state acts as a platform where both the political will interact with the educational system, and in return the educational system influences the political scenario. So we see that both of them interact and have a interrelationship. And again, education has to provide trained manpower for the development of the state or for the development of the entire nation. Educated manpower is required. Then we also see educated citizen also help in electing good leaders. So we see how this is important. How is it important to have good educational system, and to maintain good educational system, both the ideology and practices tries to legitimize and strengthen the politico-economic structure in society. So both the political structure and the economic structure are somewhere or the other affected by the educational system and scenario. Then we move on to what are the different types of constitutional provisions which are there in our country, which is carried out in our country so that the future of our country gets good citizen, or it is more upgraded and we have a better country, we will have a better tomorrow. So we see that the preamble of our constitution states that we the people of India having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialistic, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. So these all things can be achieved only through the process of education. It is the only instrument or tool in our hand for getting or for realizing this constitutional goals or values. So, according to the directive principle of state policy and education, we have different kinds of constitutional provision, that is free and compulsory education, that is stated in Article 45. Then the place of mother tongue it is stated in Article 350A. It goes like this: it shall be the endeavor of every state and every local authorities within the state to provide adequate facilities for instruction in the mother tongue at the primary stage of education to children belonging to linguistic minorities groups and the and the president may issue such direction to any state as he considers necessary for proper securing the provision of such facilities. So the place of mother tongue has not been neglected, rather it has been given proper emphasis and importance, because mother tongue is very important. A child, when he goes to school, when he comes out of his family scenario or setup, he tries to adjust. And if he studies in mother tongue, he'll be able to understand or comprehend thing in a better way than in comparison to some other foreign language, which he is not yet able to understand, which he is not able to communicate. So here we see that first the child should develop the fourfold linguistic skills in the mother tongue. Even this has been favored by Gandhiji in his basic education system. Then the women education that is found in Article 15. Nothing in this article shall prevent the state from making any special provision for women and children. So, any special provision for women empowerment or for the upliftment of children is welcome in our constitution or is welcome in our country, and that is supported in this particular article 15.3. Then official language of union, that is Hindi in the Devanagari script, that is found in article 343. Then education of minority, that we find in article 30. All minorities, whether based on religion or language, shall have a right to establish and administer educational institution of their choice. So here we say that they have the liberty to have their own educational institution. They have their own organization where they will be able to have their own educational setup with their own aims and objectives. Then we have education for the weaker sections that we find in Article 15 in Clause 2 and Article 29 also. Then we see language safeguard, that is there in Article 29(1), and equality of educational institutions, that is there in Article 31. Then in higher education and research, there that are mentioned in Article 246, in the 7th schedule of List 1 of Union List, that is entry number 63, 64, 65 and 66. So here we see that these are some of the important constitutional provisions where the government of India has given us different kinds of facilities for the improvement of our educational system. Then we see equality and equity. So here the concept of equality is important. Equality is important, is equality in the eyes of law. So here we see that each and every one is equal in the eyes of law. It implies that acceptance by society that all its members, irrespective of their status, class, attainments, should be subject to the same law and they would be liable to the same punishment for the same offenses. Moreover, now we see that when education is considered as a fundamental right, so here we see that according to the law, each and every Indian should get the opportunity of being educated. And it is the duty of the country to see, to look into the matter. Therefore, we are having the universalization of elementary education. And universal, so closely related to this particular concept, we have political equality, equality in political rights also. Therefore, we are having the voting right. And I would like to say here that prior to the 20th century, the women did not had that right. But after that, women are also having the right to vote. So here we say that equal opportunity should also be provided in the case of education, because the concept of equal opportunity implies equal access to the channels of social mobility. In modern society, education is very much necessary for improving the social and economic status of an individual. And education can play a role in equalizing opportunities in three important ways. How is it possible? It is possible for all those who have the ability and desire to be educated. One should have the ability and will to get or to receive education. Then, developing a content of education which will promote the development of scientific and objective outlook. That is, education should include those values which will broaden our attitude, which will help to develop scientific temper, which will help to have objective outlook, and then creating a social environment where class and non-class activities which will be conducive to the development of intercaste, interlingual, inter-religious fellowship. So, we'll be having a fellowship which will be based upon intercaste, interlingual, and interreligious. So our identity will be one, that is we are Indians, and our religion will be humanity. Nothing more than that or nothing less than that. And that is only possible if we understand the real meaning of education and if we have the real essence of humanity. Then we see that economic constraints on equality of opportunity. So what are the economic constraints? The first one is that we find child labor, poverty. Then we find that sometimes the eldest child looks after the youngest sibling. That's why the child is not able to continue it, even the primary education. We find wastage, we find stagnation, we find dropouts. And we also see that economic factor which affects the participation in education is that sometimes schooling is also expensive. The poor are preoccupied with their economic survival because they are more concerned about their livelihood. They are not able to get meal for a day. How are they going to have time for study or for education in an empty belly? It is never possible to concentrate. So here we see that these are some of the economic constraints which come and which hinder for equalizing the educational opportunity, for providing equal opportunity in educational system. Then we see that even vocational education, providing vocational education is not a small task because vocational education is estimated to be 5 times costlier than in comparison to the general education. Where it is difficult to provide general education, how can you think of providing vocational education? So here we see that these are some of the constraints that come in between our goal of achieving 100% literacy. Then we move on to female education. Female education, what are the problems of female education? Poor economic conditions of parents, illiteracy and ignorance of parents, early marriage, and in the families of Muslim, we have parda system also, lack of communication facilities, lack of qualified women teachers. Sometimes there is no availability of girls' school or women's colleges, lack of physical facilities. There is no proper lavatory, toilet, drinking facilities. Sometimes the parents are not willing to send their girl to co-educational institutions. Then problem of wastage and stagnation, early marriage. So these are some of the problems which come in case of which hinder in the development of, which act as barrier in the development of women education. Then we move on to the different types of educational achievements that we find in different states. For example, we take the example of Himachal Pradesh. Here, according to the 1961 census, the literacy rate in Himachal Pradesh was 11%, much lower than the corresponding national average in every age group. Here we see that by the time 1991 census was conducted, the literacy rate for girls in the age group of 15 to 19 alone shot up to 86 percentage, and in 99 and 90 in 99 98 and 99 school attendance in the 6 to 14 age group was 97 percentage for boys and even higher for girls. So here we see that we find girls are interested for education. So in the case of educational attainment, the state of Himachal Pradesh is a good example of women's education. Then we find what are the different types of what are the different catalysts that has worked behind for the educational development of these particular state. That is, social equality was there. Parents were motivated. Cooperative action, that is community and school cooperative action was there. Then we see social equality also helped for generating quality education, and we have Himachal villages. The local school was a common school where children from different social backgrounds used to come and study. And we also see that is the school community relationship is functioning properly. So these are some of the catalysts or some of the good things that was these are the reasons which helped the state of Himachal Pradesh to progress in the matter of education. Then we move on to universalization of elementary education. So here, what are the different types of problems we face in the universalization of primary education? That is, in your universal enrollment, universal provision, universal retention, universal achievement, and quality improvement of education. That is defective curriculum. There is defective curriculum. Students are not interested to go because they find the curriculum quite bored. Lack of trained teachers, outdated methods of teaching, problem relating to school building. School facility infrastructure is not so good. Somewhere there is no roof also. Defective government policy. Then problem of administration, problem of finance. So these are some of the problems which act as barrier in the universalization of elementary education. Moreover, even the Article 45 states that the state shall endeavor to provide within a period of 10 years from the commencement of this constitution for free and compulsory education for all children until they complete the age of 14 years. This has not yet realized. 10 years have already completed, but still we are lagging behind. In reality, we have not achieved that target. So here, these were some of the problems, and different strategies and governmental programs were taken so as to overcome these problems. Then we see the example of another state, that is Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh Primary Education Project that was launched in 1989, and here we see that is the Department of International Development, DFID, representing the UK government. It helped to cover the primary schools of Andhra Pradesh. The objective was to enhance the professional competence of primary school teachers, supervisors while focusing on child-centered learning, and secondly to help the school building construction. So school infrastructure of the school was developed. Then professional competency of primary school teachers and supervisors were also upgraded so that here we'll have good teaching and the learning will also be comfortable in a good educational infrastructure. And we see the trainings were based on the following 6 principles. in this APPEP, that is Andhra Pradesh Primary Education Project, the trainings were based on 6 principles, that is activity based learning, use of practical work, small group work as well as whole class teaching, recognizing the individual differences in learning, use of local environment for teaching materials, and display of children's work and creation on an interesting classroom environment. So here we see, so these were the 6 principles which help in the upliftment of the primary education through the project of primary education project of Andhra Pradesh, which was supported by the Department of International Development representing the UK government. In the same way, we have the example of Uttar Pradesh also. Then we move on to DPP. What is it? District Primary Education Program. So this also focuses upon what? This also focuses upon our primary education. So primary education program, this was launched in the year 1994, and the major initiative was to achieve universalization of primary education. It was a holistic approach to universalize what? Universalize access, improve improve the retention, learning achievements, and to reduce gender disparity, regional disparity, and disparity among the socially disadvantaged group. So these all things are important so as to have universalization of elementary education. Then what were the objectives? That is, main aim was to provide access to primary education for all children, reduce the primary dropout rate less than to 10%, to provide alternative education program for backward class students, emphasis on girls education, community involvement is a must in the school management. So here we see that the main focus was to have good primary education. That is, district wise it was carried out, so that at the grassroots level, what are the different barriers that can be studied, how that can be overcome to different strategies. That is also important. Then we move to the Jansala program. What is it? It is a program where efforts of UNDP, UNICEF, UNESCO, ILO, UNFPA, it is collaborated with the Government of India in 97-98 to provide financial and technical support for community-based primary education program called the Joint Government of India UN System of Education. The program was Jansala program, and it means community school aim to support ongoing effort of the Government of India towards the UEE, and the main focus was on girls and marginalized children. So this particular program had the support of UNDP, UNICEF, UNESCO, ILO, UNFPA, and it was in the year 1997-98. That is for providing financial and technical support for improvement of the primary education system. So it covered 9 districts. So what were the 9 districts of Uttar Pradesh? It was launched in the 9 districts of Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Maharashtra. So here we have to see what were the reasons behind low female literacy level. Why were the SC/ST students out of the school? The problems of child labor, all these things were taken into consideration, and the problems of girls' education. So the main aim of the program was to enhance and sustain the community participation for effective school management, to improve the teachers' performance, and finally to remove the social constraints or barriers which did not allow the students to have good attendance or to have better performance. Then we move on to our Sarva Sikkha Abhijan, our SSA, that was launched in the year 2001. The main objective of it was to provide education to the age group of 6 to 14 in school. Those students who are there in school, then the EGS Center Bridge course by the year 2003. All children will complete 5-year primary education by 2007. All children will complete 8-year schooling by 2010. It will focus on the right of every child to elementary education, promote education for all. These were the main objectives for which Sarva Sikkha Abhijan was started in the year 2001. And here we see what are the different strategies that were carried out for the fulfillment of these objectives. Allocation of adequate funds, improving the efficiency of the work, different bodies that were working, cooperation of students, teachers, and community members, then including the SC, ST girls and minority students for education, setting or recruiting your BRC and CRC, that is your block resources center, then appointment of qualified teachers. So here we see that SSA program was started to universalize quality basic education through community ownership of schools. So here we find participation of community was a must. So here community participation was the main focus area to have better primary education. Then we move on to that is educational operations and political decision making. So educational operations and political decision making, here we see that what are the different types of operations that are carried out in the educational system. Education consists of various activities or known as educational operations. These operations or activities have to be planned, and some of the decisions are long term and some of the decisions are to be taken for the short term period. Political decisions making at the state level or at the central level becomes essential for keeping the educational system going on. So these operations are to be upgraded every time so that it takes into consideration the demands of the society and accordingly try to upgrade its operation so that the main focus, that is to have good educational system and smooth functioning of that particular system. Here we see that the National Policy on Education 1986 and the revised one of 1992 have also given emphasis upon, that is, how to have better political decision which will influence the educational system. So dependence of education on political decision making. So we find that education has 5 important functions to perform, and education should perform these 5 important functions properly so that the entire society will develop. That is, what are these functions? Socialization of individual, transmission of culture, social control and personal development, selecting, training and placement of individuals, change of innovation. So we find most societies nowadays, they are multicultural, polylingual, and here there is the requirement of acculturation process, enculturation process, exchange of cultural values, thought. There's the requirement of development within the students, that is mutual respect, tolerance, cooperation, sympathy, empathy. These are the things that is the need of the hour. And development of scientific temper, secular outlook. Again, education should make every individual a productive member of the society. Otherwise, the individual will not be able to earn his or her livelihood. Then there should be reflection of our Indian culture also. The educational aims and objectives should also give emphasis upon our Indian culture, traditions, values, folkways. Again, social control that includes discipline, then freedom, then the rights and the duties. An individual should be aware of what are its rights, what are the duties. Should not always hanker about after the rights only. Should also perform the duties also. Otherwise, there will be mismanagement. The equilibrium of the society will not be able to be maintained. So here, the functions of selecting, training, and placement. This is also an important function of education. These all things are either directly or indirectly influenced by the political power. And the decisions that are taken are also influenced by the political system. Then we move on to the educational operations, concepts, and type. Here we see educational operation means different types of educational activities. And these activities can be leveled or staged into three types. What are they? Level 1, classroom-based operations. Level 2, school-based operation. Level 3, state-based operations. So classroom-based operations include what? Here we see that is the teaching learning process, the process of socialization, the process of disciplining and testing, examination, grading the students and certifying the student. Then comes the next one, that is what? School-based operation, which involves the community, and we find here community participation also. Here we include school assembly, maintaining particular school ambience, the type of activities, the co-curricular activities that are carried out, the different types of linkage between the community and the school community interrelationship. Then finally, we move on to the third level or the third operation or the third activity of educational system. That is what? State-based operation or state-mediated operation. These operations are what? They are initiated by the state government and or the central government, because education comes under the concurrent list, where we find that is it is also the responsibility of the state to look into the educational matters. So here we find another organization or agency, that is National Curriculum Framework, which look into the textbook preparation, formulations of different types of rules and regulation regarding what kind of curriculum should be there, how it is to be upgraded according to the age, interest, background of the student, so that the curriculum becomes interesting, lively, and the student will not feel bored. The curriculum will not be tiresome. It will not be hectic, and the student will love or enjoy the course of study or the different kinds of subjects that are included. And moreover, it should focus upon the all-round development of the individual. All the aspects of an individual, may it be the social, emotional, moral, intellectual, physical, each and every aspect is to be taken into consideration while framing the curriculum. Then we move on to the considerations that influence the political decision making in education. So here we find that what are the important considerations, what are the different important things that are to be taken into consideration while making the decisions or while having the political decisions. Here, the four values that we find in our preamble of our constitution, that is justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. So, justice, which includes social, economic, and political justice, liberty, that is liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, worship, then quality, equality of status and of opportunity. To promote it among all, each and everyone should get equal opportunity. Then fraternity, that is the brotherhood, assuring the dignity of the individual, unity, integrity. All these are important. These are the four values which are enshrined in our constitution, which the educational setup will help us to achieve. So here we see that the political decision making in educational matters is not expected to violate these rules or these values. So these values are to be included or taken into consideration while making the aims and objectives of education. Then the decisions should promote the welfare of all sections of the society. There should not be any sector specific or region specific or caste specific or religion specific. It should look into the interest of the entire society. Here, all sections of the society. Then, political decision making in education should be progressive. So, it should be progressive. It should look forward. It should be flexible also, so that it can be adaptable to the demands of the society, to the situational demands. Otherwise, rigidity will not help to achieve the main goals, that is your justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. And moreover, the decision should result, they are to be practical, realistic in nature, feasible, flexible. These are the important things that are to be taken into consideration while making political decision for educational matters. Then, according to the Education Commission 1964-66, what are the important considerations that are to be emphasized for your political decision making with regard to educational matters? They are internal transformation of the educational system so as to relate it to the life, needs, and aspiration of the nation as a whole. So these things, that is the educational system, should relate to the life of common mass, to each and every Indian, irrespective of his or her caste, economic background, class, religion, language, culture. Then qualitative improvement of education so that the standards achieved are adequate, keep continually rising and in a few sectors become internationally comparable. So here we have to see qualitative improvement. There should be upgradation of curriculum, renewal of textbooks, upgradation of different kinds of teaching learning procedures, involvement or inclusion of ICT enabled tools and techniques, use of different types of softwares and technologies, making the students well versed, and also the teachers should learn how to teach using those different types of softwares or using those new technological gadgets and equipments. Blended learning should be taken into consideration. And we see that the entire pedagogical system is to be upgraded so that qualitative improvement will take place. Then expansion of educational facilities broadly on the basis of manpower needs and with an accent on equalization of educational opportunities. So here we have to see that educational facilities should be provided in such a manner which will help in production of skilled manpower so that these people who are pass out from the educational institution get good jobs. There will be no problem of employment. There will be no problem of underemployment also. And education which helps to earn livelihood is the need of the hour. Otherwise, which will not help to earn livelihood, it is just wastage of time and energy. Then we move on to National Policy on Education 1986 and its revised formulation 1992, which focuses upon the problems of access, quality, utility, and financial outlay, checking the danger of erosion of our long accepted values. Here we have to see whether the educational facilities are accessible, quality is good, whether there is no problem of financing it, and then our values are there or not, whether the values have totally been swiped out. Then reducing the rural-urban disparity, promotion or promote diversification and dispersal of employment opportunities. So the rural-urban disparity should be removed. The rural people or the rural students should not feel neglected by studying in rural schools or colleges. They should be at par with their urban counterparts. Then ensuring reduction in population growth. The spread of literacy is the need of the hour. Moreover, educating the women, then only will have women empowerment. Then developing and promoting the ability to internalize new ideas creatively among the young. That is development of creativity. Problem solving skills should be developed. Enhancement of different types of internal qualities is required. Constructivist approach is to be taken into consideration. Psychologized system of teaching should be there. Then we see emphasizing the Indian conception of human being as a positive asset and a precious national treasure that deserves to be cherished, nurtured, and developed with tenderness, care, and dynamism. Again, individual's identity should not get lost, or we have to say that individual difference is to be respected. Each and every individual is unique. He or she is to be respected, nurtured properly, developed with tenderness, care, dynamism. A proper space is to be provided so that the student feels comfortable to share the problems he or she is facing and how he or she is able to, whether the student is able to adjust or not, whether the student is having any kind of problem. All these things are to be taken into consideration. Then only the different constraints will be removed, and then only we can convert ourselves into a developed country from being a developing country, because still we are lagging behind in comparison to the other countries of the world. Again, we see political decision making in education is of two types. What are they? Ideological decision making and operational decision making. By the very name, that is ideological, It is based on the ideas, values, and attitudes. Here, the main focus is upon policy formulation. Various task groups and advisory committees, and they act as a thinking tank where they discuss what is to be included in what are the different ideas to be focused upon. For example, the recent decision to make education as a fundamental right was the decision that was taken by this ideological group, and it was called as an ideological decision making. That is, education should be considered as a fundamental right. Then we move on to operational decision making. That is, operational decision making focuses upon what and how. That is, operation, that is something which is practical, which is to be carried out. What is to be done? How is to be done? What are the different resources that are available? What are the structures? What are the different inputs? How are the processes being, what are the different processes that is to be carried out? Then the funds, from where will be getting the funds? The curricula, the textbook, the teacher, all these things come under the operational decision making of the political decision making. Then we see that the major areas of education influenced by political decision making. So what are the different aspects, or what are the different areas that are being influenced by the political decision making? These are the areas of education which are influenced by the political decision making. The first one is the educational funds. Here we see lack of political will or paucity of funds. So we are finding the funds are not adequate enough. So in the context of universalization of elementary education, still funds we are lacking behind. So here in the SSA, that is in your 2001 Sarva Sikkha Abhijan, that was launched in 2001 for the upgradation of primary education. There also we find problems regarding availability of funds. Political determination to have to resolve this problem was very difficult. We were not able to get proper, there was no proper funding regarding this SSA provision. Then we have different agencies, that is University Grants Commission, UGC, which helps in providing grants to educational institutions. Then we have NAC, that is National Assessment and Accreditation Council, that is NAAC, NAC, which accreditates and assesses the quality of our educational institution. So here one may conclude that the quantum of budget allocation to education is a reliable indication of the importance of a nation accords to the education of its people. How much is to be spent upon what type of institution, either the primary or the secondary or the higher, whether the budget allocated for that particular educational provision is adequate enough or insufficient. All these matters a lot for the proper functioning of the educational institution, for the qualitative improvement of that particular institution. Most of the cases we have seen, we are lacking the funds, because of which we are not able to provide qualitative facilities, qualitative educational facilities. We are not able to provide that. Then focusing upon the curriculum and textbook. So here we see that educational curriculum becomes a battlefield for political forces to assert and impose their ideology. So here curriculum acts as the platform where the political ideologies are placed or they are acted upon. So here we have to see that the curriculum should be in accordance with the political ideology. What are the different ideologies that are to be focused upon? Are we overburdening the students through that? Or is it in accordance with the students' interest, attitude, need of the community, need of the society? All of these things is to be taken into consideration, because the students are young and their minds are more impressionable. So here we have to see what are things to be included so that they, when they become the future citizen, they are effective enough to carry out their duties and responsibilities. Then we have to see, in case of higher education, the curricula should be diversified and it should be flexible, it should be research oriented, it should be upgraded in accordance with the curricular of other countries. Then we see the National School Education Curriculum Framework of 2000. Here we see that the entire nation is trying to have a core curriculum. Along with it, some minor subjects are there where we see that there are some flexibility. Along with the core curriculum, there are some other aspects which can also be changed according to the needs and requirements of the local scenario. So textbooks are the instruments for practically carrying out the curricula. If textbooks are not upgraded, if they are not revised, if the same old subject matter is continuing day after again and again and again, then the interest, students will not develop interest. Their creativity will die. They will not be able to develop problem solving skills. So they have to face the society which is very competitive. How are they going to face their future? They are not well equipped. So textbooks should be upgraded, they should be revised, refinement should be there. All these things are important. Then we go for establishment of different universities. So according to National Policy of Education, that is 1968, it gave emphasis upon establishing one agricultural university in every state. It recommended for establishing one agricultural university in every state. Then the Education Commission 1964-66 also recommended to promote technical education with practical training, that led to the establishment of IITs, that is Indian Institute of Engineering, and regional engineering colleges also, REC. So these are some of the important, we can say these are some of the important recommendations of different commissions and committees, where we find they have given lot of emphasis upon establishment of technical universities, opening of different types of B schools, management institutions, so that the students are well equipped and well versed with their forthcoming duties and responsibilities. Then we find upgradation of computer knowledge. Computer as a part of professional education led to the establishment of new colleges and institutions, including technical universities in some states. Then we have for lifelong education, there are open and distance universities. Distance Education Council was set up as a regulatory body also. So here we see different types of agencies and programs were carried out. Again, we find that policy related to decision making and educational operations. So what are the different policies that were carried out for decision making and educational operations? In 1947, policy decisions were taken from time to time regarding the educational system. Some of the important decisions were setting up of University Education Commission, that is in the year 1948, Secondary Education Commission 1952, Education Commission in 1968, National Policy on Education 1968, Review of Committee on the Curriculum for the 10 years schooling, that is 1977, Setting up of National Commission on Teacher 1983, Formulation of National Policy on Education 1986, Program of Action, then formulation of Program of Action in 1992, NCTE, that is National Council for Teacher Education, established in the year 1995, then your SSA. So these are some of the decisions that were taken regarding setting up of different kinds of agencies or institutions for the upliftment of the entire educational Indian educational scenario. Then we have diet. That is, here we see that is it is to the mission of diet was to provide academic and resource support to at the grassroots level for the success of various strategies and programs undertaken in the elementary and also in the adult education. The main two roles that were performed were excellence in the institute's own work, helping the elementary and adult education system at the district level. So training both for the pre-service people and also for the in-service level, training was provided for the teachers. Then resource support was also given, that is development of different types of teaching materials, teaching aids, evaluation tools, providing guidance, and finally action research. So here there were several branches of diet also. Pre-service teacher education. We have work experience branch for providing vocational knowledge or vocational education. We have district resource unit which assist educational authorities in planning and coordination of different training programs, or we can say the programs of non-formal education or alternative education. Then we have in-service programs, field interaction. Then we have curriculum material development evaluation, another branch of it. Then we have ET branch, that is educational technology, for having better technological gadgets and equipments and tools for the teaching learning process. Then planning and management branch for looking into the managerial and administrative aspect of universalization of primary education and elementary education. Then we have the CTE. What are they? They are the colleges for teacher education. They have two roles to play. That is providing education to secondary school teachers as well as to the elementary school teachers. They organize pre-service education programs, subject-oriented in-service education programs, extension and resource support, experimentation and innovations in school education, then support to professional bodies, and also encourage the community participation in teacher education program. Then we have the IASC. The example of IASC, we can see Radhanath Institute of Advanced Study in Education, which is providing educational facilities with respect to MA degree, B.Ed degree, MPhil. So here, these IASC perform all functions of CTEs, that is College of Teacher Education. They conduct programs in secondary teacher education, prepare the teachers for secondary stage. They go for MEd, MPhil and PhD programs also. So in this way, according to the latest data of September 2001, we can say that we are having 461 diets, 85 CTEs and 37 IASCs. So during the current plan period, another 100 new CTEs and 20 IASCs are to be established. So in this way, we see that how educational operations and political decision making are interrelated, how these are influencing each other, how they are affecting the entire society, and how the subsystems, that is political subsystem, educational subsystem, their components, their structure, their cultural values are interrelated and even interdependent. So in this way, we have completed that your block 3, that is education and socio political supra system. Hope you all have understood, and we'll be completing the last block, that is block 4 of MES-11 tomorrow at 7 p.m. Okay? Thank you, students.